All right, sorry, just getting some shit together. You should probably paint a shirt on to keep from ripping it off. Possibly. Give me a second. Let me get some lights turned on and shit. All right. A little dark in here. Must have been a solid morning. Reversal? Yeah, back to 49.53. Fucking $100 bounces. Shit's getting crazy. A 5,000 test on ES. Starting to fill a gap to the upside. Might get some profit taking here finally. Oh. Mm, probably gonna test 5,000. Retest 5,000. Hmm. Just got over the. What the fuck is going on with that? Weird. Fucking weird exchange data. Some profit taking here. Pull back to 49.50. Jesus. See if we get support here. Do they drops below 4,900 again today? Good. Yeah. Haven't quite tested 5,000 yet, but not filling the gap or pushing, really pushing into the gap all that much. It's not a great look. Positive gamma at the 85, 95. Uh, uh, 1. Pushing up. VIX back under 50. Oh shit. $5,100. Holy fuck. Squeezy. Holy shit. I'm really glad I was long here. Holy fuck. I don't think SPX even is printing as fast as the market's going up. 5,200 tests, 5,200 broken. Now this is a fucking bear rally. God damn, motherfucker. Woo, spicy as shit. It's a downside gap at I need to refresh this or something. Oh, that's fucked. Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. Did Trump like pull back fucking tariffs or something? $90-day pause? Oh shit. Okay, that explains it. Sorry, I haven't been able to look away. Fucking upside hedges are feeling nice now. JPM long puts are at what, 310? Hmm. Fucking profit taking. Jesus. Trying to look at the news. Give me a second. Traders. Trump is mulling a 90-day pause on tariffs aside from China. Trading view is completely dead. Yeah, I think the only place Fidelity's down too. No, Gamma Strike's not working. I don't know if uh it's fucking frozen too. Jesus Christ, we just sold off fucking $300 in fucking 7 minutes. What the fuck is happening? News. That was fucking nuts. Holy shit. I have live updates on ES on TradingView. I think SPX is okay too. Maybe. See how the 5-minute looks. Maybe we can use that. I mean, we filled the gap. Yeah, true. We left some upside gaps. On the 1 minute. There's a gap up here at 179. It looks like there's another gap at like 51.16. No one at the White House is aware of a 90-day pause. Oh, fuck. What? It's not financial juice. They don't publish news. They just release what they get in their data feed. Oh, that's awkward. Whoever published the pause had calls. Yeah, right? My sidebar on TV is updating, but the actual chart is toast. Looks like I'm getting SPX data here. VIX back to 52. Wow, what a fucking wild ride. That might take the cake for the craziest thing I've seen in markets. It was like a $1 trillion swing. That was fucking nuts. Sold some of my precious puts on the pump, but managed to buy some at the top. Nice. Yeah, I grabbed the put. I grabbed a put when I read it was just wow. When I read it was just mulling a 90-day pause. But I only have one. I didn't fill on the rest. This is fucking crazy. 5,000 support now. Seems to be a little bit. I'm not sure it'll last as support. Volatility is still going up really, really fast. Thank you, Castellasaurus. The tariff news came from White House senior advisor. Yeah.
Look, they put their pickle in my jar.
Whoever published that fake news is prosecuted and sent to jail. No way that's not market manipulation. I agree.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. Damn it, only one of mine filled too.
Damn it, only one of mine filled. Fake news, fake news, fake news. Time to finally work. Let me know if we're crashing. Thanks.
Let me know if we are crashing. Thanks.
If we get back below 5850, 5700, 5900, 5700 now. Things are shifting, but or 4900, 4700, sorry. That was 100% someone trying to get out of some positions. Yeah, I agree. That was I mean, look at the sell-off, right? Fucking $400 pump. Jesus Christ. That's something.
Character name put their pickle in my jar. Trump on Truth Social. Rates are plummeting, oil prices are plummeting, deregulation is happening. President Trump is not going to bend. 3.
Trump on True Social. Rates are plummeting. Oil's plummeting.
The skibidi
Oh,
rizzler
shit.
bro hi. Put their
Skibidi?
pickle in my jar. Yo yo yo. It's a boy broccoli head.
God
Skibidi
damn it.
rizzler, you're feeling the riz. Been
White House
gooning to
tells
skibidi toilet and mewing
CNBC
for
90-day
days, bro.
pause on tariffs is
We
fake news.
skibidi up in this bee. Skibidi skibidi
Been
skibidi
gooning.
skibidi 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 skibidi
God
skibidi
damn it.
skibidi skibidi.
Rates are plummeting, oil prices are plummeting, deregulation's happening. President Trump is not going to bend. So he's just crashing the market. I mean, it seems pretty obvious at this point. Hey, Gamma Strike's almost caught up. I don't know what the fuck happened. There's like so much order flow that the fucking like the math got bogged down. You don't know what happened? We fucking 4x'd our memory. Jesus fucking Christ. Lol, stress test? Yeah, no shit. What do you have puts on for June? I have some on QQQ. I still have like 10 SPX left. I only sold 15 this morning. The SPX 5800s. And then anything new I'm buying, yeah, like either ES. Actually, I should probably start trading MES. Cause ES is getting ridiculous too. But yeah, any options I've been buying have been like QQQ or SPY. Congrats on those. Thanks, man. Fucking hell, that was a lot of data. Yeah, no shit. Headed down to 49.50 right now. Let's take a look at Delta here. I haven't caught up yet. It still hasn't caught up yet. Fuck. Gherk, I finally broke even from all-time losses on this account. Holy shit, Maeve. That's fucking awesome. Congratulations. Do we just make a giant 3-month-long Head and Shoulders? On what? Here? Hmm. No. Distribution. Was that the rip before the crash? On the 5-minute, there was a 400 BPS candle on NQ. What the fuck? Yeah, at the money SPY and QQQ are like $7. Ball's going back up again. I had 5,000 C. Oh shit. Nice. Yeah, I closed out some spreads, but nothing like that. What the fuck? Nice, dude. MQ's still kind of holding over VWAP here. Finding support at like the 17,175 level. ES is getting a little bit of a push up off of VWAP. Bounce up or bounce on VWAP. Looks like it's just getting sold into right now. Oh shit. QQQ out of the money puts are getting bought up like fucking crazy. Is it just the spread going nuts? Oop, I think we're finna crash. I think you might be right. Hmm. Are you short now? Yeah, a little bit. Has some QQQ 420s. Hmm.
Doth them put their pickle in my jar, hold me husband am scared. 3.
Hold me, husband. I'm scared. Hey, Darth. Is that a 8.5% 30-minute pump? Yes. Hmm. Hmm. I think the memory on GS is trying to catch up. It's still like 5 minutes behind. Everything's off. SPX retested 50. Lower high though, so far. I wonder if the ES data is better. A little bit. Hmm. Think they put off the crash with the fake news? Possibly, yeah. It looks like they regained a bit of stability around 5,000. They're pushing back up. But Trump rapid response X handle. White House senior advisor Hassett did not say this. White House tells CNBC 90-day pause is fake news. $5,100 test. Hmm. Sold calls, bought puts coming in. Hmm. Fix back to 45. Looks like another round of profit taking here, though. Vol picks up fast to the downside. Sold calls coming in 50 70, 50 50, 50 60. Bought puts all the way down to like 5,000. Some out at like 49 55, 49 65. I don't see any bullish positioning coming in. There's some sold puts that got trapped at 5,100. Those might be closing on this. Bought puts at 50.75, which might be about to go in the money. Hmm. Gorilla mode. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. At least this current big run up was a solid bounce off 49.50. Makes sense regardless of dues. Yeah. The bounce off 48.50, but that was nuts. It definitely wouldn't have been that big of a bounce without the news. Quack, I'm tired. Better recall the hedge felt so wrong. It printed hard as fuck. Mm. You ever seen fake stories pump it like that? I don't know if I've ever seen a pump like that, notionally. That was 4% in like 5 minutes. I've seen maybe 2.5, 3% that fast, but that was that was pretty fucking nuts. Volatility is starting to pick up again a little bit. Bot calls at 5,100. I have a ramp to the upside of 5,100 on bot calls out to like 5,140, which seems to be what they're trying to get back because all those bulls got burned. Back over 5,100. Hmm. Another vol short coming in. Bot puts down at 50.75, 50.50. Looks like GS is starting to normalize again. Oops, slipped 5,100 again. Damn. Nice little sell off there. This range is still a little bit supportive. That was the weak open, that green line. You can see SPX price up here in the corner, by the way. If you're having a hard time following along with the ES price. NQ lost 17.6. VIX at 45. Yes, back to negative on the day. Even on the macro and leveraging, do you think we could see an all-time high on the VIX? Maybe. Go any lower, support starts to erode. Gamma gets a little bit more negative. Fall under the synthetic line at 50. Short puts to squeeze at 45, 40. Some bot calls at 50-30 that might act as support. If we go below 50-30, shit gets pretty ugly. Yeah. U.S. bank CEOs met with Commerce Secretary Lutnick on Thursday to discuss the Trump tariff plan. Fix at 46 and rising. Mm. Has decent support been built up now? Not particularly. There's a little bit of support. There's a lot of put selling going on. Hmm. Are you still in your QQQ puts? Yeah. They're kind of just sitting at break even. Think we can get a new intraday low later this afternoon. Possibly. Yeah. So far, the trend's holding up, though, which is a little bullish. Hmm. Is that McLovin? Yes. Well, rotating fourth dimensionally across time would seem apt. Do you still use your pizza oven? Ooh, big failure. Nice. Biggest oof. Jesus Christ, this market's nuts. Well, there goes 5,000. And now my QQQ puts are up. Hmm. A lot of bot puts. All the way down. Coming in fast, too. 49.50, 49.15, 4,900. Some at 49.40. Looked like a big short put capitulation, I think. Left a little bit of gap. On SPX, but I think it's filled now. More short put capitulation. VIX back at 54. That was quick. This doesn't look great. That was a big failure. 150 basis points down in 1 minute. What's up, Dork? Yeah, I see. It's at 51. Hmm. A little bit of a pump. Fuck. Circuit breaker today? Doesn't seem like it. Hmm. Trying to pare down the spike and vol. Big bot puts at 50-20. Synthetic short at 5,000. And then just shitloads of puts under that, all the way down to 4,900, 4,800. Or 4,950, 4,900. No, 4,800 too. And Q sold back off again. Hmm. Still 3 years and 9 months left with this imbecile until he goes full Putin mode. I know. Win war? Probably not yet. China issued retaliatory tariffs of 34%, on top of their already record-setting tariffs, despite my warning that they will be immediately met with new and substantially higher tariffs. Therefore, if China does not withdraw its 34% increase by tomorrow, April 8th, 2025, I'll impose additional tariffs on China of 50% effective April 9th. Jesus Christ. What stops China from selling U.S. treasuries? They want to maintain their exposure to the dollar to inflate their currency. Trump is exactly who we thought he was. How could anyone be shocked? I don't know. Do what he said he was gonna do. Yep. What's everyone talking about? We're literally in the trade wars. Starting, yeah. Not they're talking about like actual war, not trade wars. You know, shooty wars with guns and artillery. Does China just invade Taiwan at this point? No. That's that's big difference. Now, if they could establish a trade agreement between themselves, South Korea, and Japan, yes. Pew pew. Yeah. Pew, exactly. Pew pew wars. NQ selling off through 17.2. Who's going to join America in the event of a world war? At this point, nobody. Russia? No, we get Russia. Oh, wait. We're the bad guys this time? I mean, we were always the bad guys. We're just worse. And stupider. That's intentional. We're the bad guys, but we won. What? Wait, what did we win? We're only the good guys if we win. Right now, the trade war is not shaping up to be a net positive. No, we were the good guys in World War II, Sahib. Mostly. Fuck are you on about? I wasn't in World War II. It's ridiculous. Time machines can only go forward. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's updating again. There we go. Back to SPX pricing. If we go under like 4860, this thing's big fucked. Losing 4900 is really bad too. Actually, everything to the downside of 4950 is pretty bad. Looks back at 52. Moving up. Still bot puts coming in, short puts closing. NQ bounced up to retest 17.3 and failed. A little bit. No, rejected, I guess. Better. Alright. A little continuation on this bounce. Trying to. A little bit of bullish positioning, trying to sneak in. Bot calls 80, 90, 5,000. Still a shitload of bot puts at 5,000. I think we might get a little breakup. But that might lead to more profit taking. Uh, there's the 5K test. Looks like there was some profit taking at 5,000. Maybe not enough yet, though. A little bit of 5505 calls coming in. Someone's buying a lot of the 5040. That stopped. Fix back under 50.
BMG put their pickle in my jar. Quick question, is AQM still looking
AQM's still
decent?
looking decent. I have a
I
lot
have
more
a
than I
lot
should
more
at
than
this
I should at
point.
this point.
Utilities should be mostly fine right now. I mean, it's going to sell off because everything is, but yeah, I mean, it's still holding above like 450, which is a pretty good sign. I've had a nice little run earlier. Dividend's still 5.43%, which is significantly better than treasuries currently. I still have mine on drip. No, generally they start to overperform if you slip into a recession. But that would be, usually after a crash. T's doing really well too. T's like fucking almost completely unaffected by all this. Huh. Good planning. The bumps continuing. Yes, retesting 50-56 and rejected. Hmm. It needs to fall back under 50-14 to fail. Let's see if Gamma Strike's back up and running. Looks like it is. $50.13. Hmm. 19. Hmm. Huh. It's a reversal. 50-50. 50-50-50-55. Makes it 48. And so begins the great regardation. I can't wait to have John Steinbeck write about it. Any idea why Schwab says AQN doesn't support drip? No. What's up, you mad bro? I hope you bring that green line for your prediction last week into the chart. We'll see. Today definitely kicked things off in an interesting way. Yeah, we'll see. It's a little bit short. Looks like there's big resistance at 50-50. Almost back to where we were before we sold off the first time. There's a little bit of a sell-off. Starting to get some bot puts, 35, 30. Some of the calls closing. It's got a little pop. Not much. People are still really reticent to buy anything anywhere fucking near spot, which is weird. Like, the flows around spot are really thin. Everything's just out of the money. Yes, falling below 50-60 again. NQ slipped 17.5. Well, utility picks up quite nicely under 50-15. And then 49.65, it picks up quite a lot. Even 49.80 is a little bit significant here now. Hmm. It's like a pretty distinct trend if I switch this out to like the 5-minute. Not really sure this is all that bullish. That already broke down. So we can go out here. Huh. Yeah, still a lower high. But gamma, gamma exposure falls off pretty quickly to the upside. Delta 2. And it doesn't really pick up that rapidly to the downside unless we get under, yeah, like 49.80 to 49.60 in that range. I can switch back to Gamma Strike now. $50.55 deltas, a bit supporting 35, 25. When things start to go south, under 5,000 a bit. Yeah, speed picks up a lot under 5,000. Weird. Choppy range. Choppy price action. MNQ actually broke out a little bit from its trend and then failed. Remember when we'd goon over $10 moves? Dude, this shit is taxing, like, mentally. Now we get $10 candles. Nah, fucking a lot more than that. Like $700 candles. You can see the shift in gamma under 5,000 pretty readily. When will real bear rallies occur? What the fuck are you talking about? Did you not just see what happened? Is positioning build before it happens? No. It happens like today. You just fucking randomly go up 5%. God damn it, AJ. Did Kramer tell everyone tonight that we dodged a bullet on Black Monday? We dodged a bullet. We dodged a market crash on fake news. Put YOLO or call hedge. Really? What was the news today? There was an announcement that supposedly came from a senior White House official that Trump was mulling a 90-day pause in tariffs, off of which we rallied like 4%, and then, well, 8.5% technically from the low. And then they were like, nope, that's not real. And we went right back down again. Except we managed to stabilize above the majority of the bearish positioning, which is created a fairly significant amount of consolidation and chop. I'm not sure if that's going to fail. It should. I mean, technically, right? If we're already selling off, why not keep selling off? You called it. Just in, multiple stock trading firms are reporting data and some trading outages affecting market data on multiple exchanges. This happens every time VIX gets like unpinned. I know a lot of you guys weren't around for 2020 and also weren't around for like the GME shit in 2021, but there were outages everywhere. It's definitely a time when it really helps to have multiple sources of data. Gamma Strike actually worked through the whole thing, but we didn't have the memory capacity to handle the number of trades that came in. So it got like stuck in time. We do now? Fuck yeah. How hard did that hit us? Volume to 11? That's how we roll. Our AWS bill is going to be insane. Don't remind me. Nuke downloaded more RAM. I mean, technically, yes. 103% memory usage, 98% CPU. Holy fuck. Hey man, at least the integrity of the data remained though. That's fucking crazy. I'm super impressed. It's almost like I built something really solid. You did well. This isn't even the new stuff. This is like the old stuff, and it fucking held up. I wish I knew what the gamma flip was, but I'll yell at JFresh about that one. I'm not retarded, just unemployed. You're not unemployed, you're just unpaid. There's a difference. If it makes you feel any better, I'm also unpaid. I know that's not going to help. Some say JFresh is still pruning in his hot tub. He's going to be in his hot tub until the market goes to 4,100. I got fucking paid today. That's true, you did. You know what was shitty? I had 5,100s, but I'd also sold the 5,200. Mr. 5800p, I'm unpaid. It has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with the other job. Thank you, regards, Geeky. Yeah, someone else mentioned that also. That's pretty normal when, VIX is chilling at 50. You know what's crazy is that vol is this high and it's kind of just staying this high. This is very unusual. Like, no one's really willing to short it. Nice. I did pretty good on my straddle, but it was only like 5 contracts. And I got hard stopped out of the put, which fucked the profits on it from over the weekend. But the call printed, so. I was planning a 5200C short vol thingy and SPX at 4880 or so. Thought about it, said nope. Guess what happened 20 minutes later? I had to go to a meeting and pretend like I didn't just bag 20k. Might just say I'm not feeling good and take the day. Interesting. I feel like that meeting's gonna be way more enjoyable knowing you just bagged 20k. Yeah, I got fucked by the spread on the stop too. Cause I got stopped on the up candle. So the spread got blown out hard. I think I only made like 30% on it. I made 4k in 10 seconds on ES. Yep. Yep. Anyone know which news outlet released the fake 90-day tariff pause? I actually don't. 4 hours ago, Fox Business said that Bill Ackman called for a 90-day timeout on tariffs. And then the oldest one I can find is Sherwood News. And apparently that was from a live interview on Fox News. Someone reported, would Trump consider... Hold on. The reporter Kilmeade said, would Trump consider a 90-day pause in tariffs? And supposedly Hassett said, I think the president's going to decide what the president's going to decide. Even if you think there will be some negative effect from the trade side, it's still a small share of GDP. Oh, okay. So I guess in the audio, the audio is apparently fudged during his statement. And people supposedly heard Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries, but hold on. I want to listen to this.
Will you do a 90-day pause? Would you consider that?
Or Bill, yeah, you know, I think that the president is going to decide what the president's going to decide. There are more than 50.
Oh my god. Really? Hold on. You guys got to hear this. This is what it was. I shit you not. Listen.
Will you do a 90-day pause? Would you consider that?
Or Bill, yeah, you know, I think that...
He just said, yeah, as like the audio came through. $1 trillion swing. What the fuck? Hold on. I gotta show you guys this. This is like fucking unbelievable. I'm gonna start it over. Ah.
Will you do a 90-day pause? Would you consider that?
Or Bill, yeah, you know, I think...
That's it. That was it.
I think that the president is going to decide what the president's going to decide. There are...
Yeah. Consolidation on NQ breaking to the downside. Get ready, y'all. 10:59 a.m. Trump ends remarks at White House. No comments on policy. Wait, it's 12 o'clock. Could we break below 49.55-ish? Sure. If we do, it's really bearish. Even losing 49.80 here is really bad. We're already starting to slip into like the negative gamma, and volatility is going to pick up. And the break point for like Vana on that is going to be like 49, 49.35 through I think 48.45. And then under 48.70, Charm's gonna be pretty fucking nasty too. So things get a lot worse to the downside here. If we lose 49.50, which we may not, I guess. So far, NQ hasn't lost VWAP. Neither is ES. 1 second. Smaller bounce on VWAP this time. A little bit of vol shorting off of it too. $50. Downside supports. Looks like NQ's kind of struggling with 17.3. Might sell off. Seems like we're in consolidation. Guess we retested the trend here. Moved down to like 49.87 maybe. Yes. On the 5014 failure. Bot puts at 85, 80, 70. Sold puts at 60 on the bounce. Spot puts 49.50. Doesn't look like there's any call buying coming in. And there's a little bit of put selling, 5,000, 50, 20. But those might be sell to close. Or, I wonder if that was profit taking. That might have been profit taking. Sorry, my microphone has moved. I don't think anyone wants to short vol or buy puts here because VIX is too high and rumor can annihilate their position in 30 seconds. Yeah, yeah. But, I mean, most of the price action over the last couple of days has been driven by futures more than it has options volume. So, you just expect futures traders to drive the price action at this point. 5014 lost, so it looks like we're headed down to that 49.87 test. I need to clean up some of the shit down in this range. Not a lower low yet. So it puts on the drop again. Isn't your bottom support invalidated? The consolidation broke down, but it's just consolidating more. It failed. I can move it if you really need it to be moved. Actually, that one needs moved too. Can you perforate it, please? Thank you so much for teaching me about options. My conservative CSP strategy is yielding 11% year to date. My 401k when the market is down 13. Our investment committee wants to hedge
when the market is down 13
rid of options because they're risky. I'm going to show this to them and tell them. Nice, man. I'm glad to hear that.
I'm going to show this to them and tell them. 3.
Ooh. Voices in my head again. Todd's dead. Todd died at VIX 20. Fink's saying bearish shit. Yeah. Whisper bearish things to us. The US economy is fucked. Bearish things are happening. I really wish we'd stop getting just really arbitrary support. Just give up, bulls. You suck. Yeah, technical levels aren't as well respected when volatility is this high. If Trump actually does the 50% tariff on China, that, like he said on Truth Social earlier, is holding my puts through tomorrow going to make me rich? I mean, it depends on if you think China's going to back down. Gherkin goes up on news. News turns out to be fake. Market finds resistance anyway. Well, that's because we shifted from being in a very, very bearish position to being in a pretty, like, neutral one. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Did we even test 5,000 on the low? Nope, one tick off. We're having a really hard time with 49.85 because there's no like options interest there. It's just flat. They keep selling puts every time we test it. MQ pushing for a upside breakout on consolidation. Trying to. This looks weak. Very low volume bounce. Mm. Fix back under 50. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. QQQ 420s aren't that cheap. They're like $4.40 right now. That a head and shoulders? Ooh. Kinda is. Nice. Looks like NQ rejected on the 17,450 test. SPX still holding 5,000 for now. See, that's an important support, I think, for today. A little bit of demand on the 49.75, 49.50 put. Bot puts coming into the downside. Not a lot of calls to the upside. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, what a fucking pain in the ass. What's keeping this above 5,000? The massive amount of interest at 5,000? Largely. Also, the ES buyers at 5 came in pretty hard. Decent volume on the bounce. Not a lot stopping us from pushing out to 50 at this point.
I put their pickle in my jar.
Beautiful. That's funny. That's my heart rate holding puts. What are you afraid of? That we're gonna rip like 400 basis points to the upside again? A little tiny rejection here. I don't think it's a very significant one, but this range is choppy. A little bit more, maybe slightly more bearish if we lose 20. Set a lower high off the bounce, but a higher low. So it's just getting tighter. This whole thing sucks dick. Is there like uh yep, just dog shit. Consolidation into more consolidation. That's my favorite kind of day. It'd be a little bit more impressive if Vol was getting crushed in some meaningful way. Wouldn't Pimento? Oh, not yet. We're nowhere near those levels. Time that person out. I don't know who it was. Someone will say something down and cause downs again. This is the way. Probably. You always know. I mean, technically. But I'm watching feeds to see if there's more news. Awesome. Yeah, nothing too spicy. But, this is around the time Trump wakes up, so. Yeah, I saw Fink's comment about a 20% decline. What's GME worth? I mean, given that the business has no future prospects, I would say they're cash on hand, which is what, like 6 billion? So about 40% less than the current price. I'd give it 15 bucks with a little bit of a multiple, 15.50. Heard he did some press shit today with the baseball team and then threatened 50% tariffs on China. That was in the middle of the night, though. So now we have to wait for tomorrow to crash to see if he actually does 50% additional tariffs on China. I heard we crashed with 50% more Chinese tariffs. Probably about as hard as we. Uh, Yesterday, China issued retaliatory tariffs on 34% of their top, already record setting tariffs, non monetary tariffs, illegal subsidization of companies, and massive long term currency manipulation. Despite my warning that any country that retaliates against the US by issuing additional tariffs above and beyond their already existing long term tariff abuse of our nation will be immediately met with new and substantially higher tariffs over and above these initially set. Therefore, if China does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, April 8th, 2025, the United States will impose additional tariffs on China of 50%, effective April 9th. Additionally, all talks with China concerning the requested meetings with us will be terminated. Negotiations with other countries, which have also requested meetings, will begin taking place immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Trump did not write that. Today, an hour ago. I saw one of those. I feel like I saw one of those earlier today. I guess that was. Huh. It's distributing out a little bit. Everyone's still being really flighty with their puts. Jesus fucking Christ. How the fuck is Ko-Fi Canadian? British? Big
Sahid
synthetic
put their
short
pickle
at
in my jar. I
5,000.
appreciate your streams, especially the streams where you are 3.
Thank you, Sad. It was a good try. I don't think it speaks Arabic. Is that Arabic? No. Russian? What is that? Georgian? It looked like both. Some sort of Elvish.
Someone put their pickle in my jar. Oh 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 oh. So put their pickle in my jar. Thunder 86 put their pickle in my jar. Theme song inbound 86868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868686868
Sorry, $3 isn't enough money to listen to that shit. I've lost so much money today. On what? Ooh. MQ lost 17-3 again. Chasing and stops? Stop doing that. You're effectively trying to trade chop. Don't get me wrong. It's like fucking $100 chop, but it's still choppy. Thanks, I'm cured. Awesome. We're looking at another $200 down. That'd be cool if we could drop below 49.80 or 50 and stop fucking bouncing. I'd like to stop bouncing off of every support test. That'd be nice. Yes, is slipping that 50-14 level a little bit. Why are yields mooning? Because people are taking profit on bonds. Oh, also, everyone who bought bonds over the last, like, 5 days is gonna get fucked really, really hard when inflation goes through the roof and the Fed doesn't cut. How can you play those options? So expensive. Just buy cheaper options. XSP is probably liquid as fuck right now. Nah, it's probably not. But it's probably better than normal. I'm gonna look. What the fuck is the volume? Yeah, volume's it's not great, but it's not too bad. It's like equity volume. Like shitty equity volume. But around spot, there's like a few hundred trades. Yeah, XSP. It's like mini SPX, but it's shitty. XSP is absolutely dog shit earlier this morning. I mean, it's still absolute dog shit, but it's slightly better absolute dog shit. You can also just use SPY and QQQ. There's nothing specifically wrong with those. I wish the Bears would do something here. God, just rug it. Someone bought a synthetic short 1,000 contracts each at 5,000. Bulls just keep taking advantage of this like weird little fucking hiccup in the gamma. I should be able to push down to like 65, 60, or even 50. Like, it doesn't look like it should be this hard. If the buyers at 5,000 on EFs would just kindly fuck off. I was gonna call it Big Red Freshness, but I didn't. I figured I'd save that for a different stream card. Hint. Tell me more. The stream cards are prepared in advance. How could he know? What? There's no alpha in the stream card. I've been in meetings since 9. Would you please give a summary of what is going on and when you think Ray spy SPX options for 414? Or should I get fucked and catch up at 2x speed? Hmm. Trump, some senior White House official was misheard on Fox News and the market rallied 8.5%. And then the White House said that's not what he said. And then we dropped 3%. And then we've been chopping for several hours in a slightly bearish consolidation pattern that seems like it will never actually break down. Do you ever use row? No. It's really just not going to be that important for your positions. Need a stream card based on the 1989 episode of Roseanne, where Darlene gets her period for the first time, but Darlene is Gherk and there's a blood pond. That's horrific. No. Gonna lie, I was really was expecting you to tell me to get fucked. Is that what you wanted? I can tell you that if it makes you feel better. Have you played Plasmophobia? No. Can we do 4850 again today? Probably not. Now the market has an excuse to stabilize while we wait for Trump to enact tariffs on China tomorrow. True, I said Trump and the Israeli PM are going to speak at 2:30. 4850 is back on the table. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Have you turned over a new leaf? No. Same leaf. I had a good morning on puts, so I'm in a good mood. Nope, there it went. RC is almost a midget. Trump's gonna say bear stuff till it's done. Who's taller, J-Fresh or RC? J-Fresh. Gherk is nice and just pretends to be mean. Oh, I'm timing you out. That's bullshit. I made 21k on a 5100p I held over the weekend. Then I way over leveraged on 4870s for today. Worst case, I come out even. Okay. Yeah. I've been making too much money and been too euphoric. Don't worry, I'll reel it back. How many people are in here? Oh, yeah. These numbers are unsustainable. Can this 4870s go in the money, please? Maybe. Trump is going to open his mouth again today, so there's a distinct possibility that that could happen. I wouldn't mind. This consolidation's boring. Ooh, VIX back at 51. How much money? Enough. I can't believe Nvidia is up 1% today. Go watch PiePie's first streams and see that he was a nice young man. He was. We did this to him? Not you guys specifically. Oh, goody. News? What the fuck was that? I don't see any news. Just 121 bip candle. Yeah, I don't see any news. I was away for a minute. What happened? I don't know. The market went up very rapidly. Yeah. No, vol moved pretty significantly. Doesn't appear that it's holding, though. Seems to just be selling back off again. That was weird. Failure to fill what gap? The 5116? That was fun. Right back into the chop zone, yeah. Mm. Maybe a pigeon whale coupon. There you go. It seems bearish that we failed the breakout. It is. Slightly. I mean, there's still support here, though, so I don't think it gets any less annoying. Did I hit him? Nope. Got Pepe, Kitsune, and Treetop, though. Alright, I'll try again. Nope. Get fucked, Rims and Tims. Do you have gifting on? Yes, Lander, welcome to Pigeon Whale, man. You can join the Royal Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals whenever you see fit. Oh, neat, we're doing it again. Yeah, why not?
Straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Oh shit, guitar stuff. Thank you so much, man. Guys, give guitar stuff a shout out for hooking you up. Welcome to Cornichon. 2:30 is what I heard for Trump speaking. What are Bulls trying to position for? I don't know. It seems like they're just trying to rescue positioning, but if they get it above 50-50, they could actually push it, so. Oh, wait. Press conference with Netanyahu is no longer taking place. Trump will veto the Senate tariff bill. White House has canceled a scheduled press conference with Netanyahu. All right, so no press conference. 8 minutes ago? Oh. So we bounced on there not being a press conference? Really? Actually, that makes sense. Kitsune, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude.
The pickle jar where we send it, oh, we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips. IV's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. No in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
I kind of hate this song. Fine, I'll make a new one. Is it too piratey for you? Hmm. Gross. Textbook head and shoulders. What, on like the 1 minute? No. This is bullish. Above 50 is bullish. Hmm. Mm. DC, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream. Maybe we'll just grind up the whole.
So am I. Degenerates don't head, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Your doom ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream.
Trump's outside the White House
No
right
guts,
now.
no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain.
I thought it was no longer taking place.
Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
I just walked in, greeted PM, just not broadcast. Weird. Can't hear anything you said there. Oh, somebody said Trump was outside the White House, but I said that I thought the meeting wasn't taking place. Are we going up? Why not? Gamma's positive. We broke above the like bearish resistance, so we could fail it again because VIX is at fucking 46, but Vol's getting shorted super hard right now. Oval Office meeting still happening. No separate press conference. Okay. ES just got rejected at 110. The prior close. Big profit taking. See if SPX pulls back similarly. If this loses 50, it falls back into that choppy range. Very close. Looks like some event vol bled off due to the cancellation of the meeting. If I had to pick. One second. Sorry. I'm here. 5100. Break here, 5150. Or the delta flip. 5133. Jobs was 21 when he came up with Apple. Gates was 20 with Microsoft. It's too late. Give up. Nah, that'd be good. 1 second. I am. I am dork. There's not a lot of resistance up here. I don't think there's anything to really slow down price action. A little bit at 110. Next significant resistance is 5150, or the delta flip at 130. Do you keep stepping away to clean your mirror or something? No, I got food. I had to go get it from downstairs. If I can get this fucking paperwork filled out. Then I could I'd be done with this. Fuck is that? Hmm. Yep. Hmm. None of this is very crunchy food. That was the crunchiest thing I have. It was just like a burger. And the fries are goopy. You disgust me. Why are we here? Because we ran 4% in like 15 minutes earlier today. And everybody got burned, and they're trying to rescue their positioning. I would assume. This is the pump before Trump speaks, and then big downs. But Trump's not, like, they canceled the press conference. You want me to just smack my lips wetly, trash? It's not the same as a crunch, but my option feels mispriced. I have a 1 TT SPY put that's $6 in the money, and it's only up 20%. That's because it was expensive when you bought it, and now it is worth it's more worth its intrinsic value, which is less than its extrinsic value. I don't have a gap in my teeth. Yeah, no gaps. Fuck you. The MM took you? I mean, no. Options are just expensive out of the money. So it's risky to hold. If the market goes against you, it will lose value fast. Yes. But not that much value. Just 20%. That's another reason debit spreads are great, yeah. There's a lot of differing reports. Yeah, I know, I saw. What do you think STD slot machine for killing the crash today? Day's not over. Gert, tariffs are on and off. We're dumping. Just a little bit. Where's support? 50, 55, 50. 50? It's interesting. It's not a $10 dump. It's 20. Actually, it's 30. Trash. Okay. I need to organize this shit. Ah, fuck yes. Are MSTR puts a thing? Sure, they're overpriced because the entire options market on it's betting that it goes out of business. It's a weird place to chop. Are we gonna listen to live Oval Office shindig? Yeah, when it pops up. Basant said we're anticipating meaningful negotiations in the coming weeks. Just now. Over 50 nations have responded positively to Trump. I want to see the trade agreement from the Penguins he tariffed. Apple says India's volume can offset higher China tariffs. Apple plans to source more iPhones from India. Bringing work back into the United States. I'm 90% cash and just dicking around with futures. It might be 0% cash if you dick around with futures at the wrong time. He's going to push back tariffs for those countries that grovel appropriately, isn't he? Yes. There we go. Boom. It's just a film of the White House. Didn't EU announce 25% tariffs? EU hasn't announced its retaliatory tariff package yet. They're supposed to supposedly on Wednesday. Vietnam offers to replace jalapenos with ketchup on all banh mi sandwiches. We've achieved your green line. We can fall now. Hmm. Which green line? Oh, yeah. The market makers expected move? Did we? No. We're short. We did get that sweet ass test at the weighted view op, though. Hmm. Oh, you mean this green line? Not quite. I mean, we're doing it, but I was $30 off on the open, so it's kind of just shit. Did we actually gap down? I don't think we did. I think that's just, yeah. There's no gap. I'll fix it. There you go. There was, but it was filled on the same tick. Purple lines refer to selling of contracts. No, it means the IV on that contract is going up, not down. Well, it's up relative to the IV on the contract next to it, I guess, is a better way of saying it. IV spikes in $40 swing looking tame by comparison. We could all usually be tweaking out. Okay. Mm. Alright. The Viva failed to test 103 times, is now dumping. I think the pump is losing steam. Good. Fox reporter on X. White House is now pivoting to messaging its deal making on trade as a way to calm markets. Goody. I can't wait for Nike to come to the table. Charles B. Green, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. Just tell them we're making the best deals. They'll love it. That's all he's got to do.
Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
$100-point swings, same like stable market. The market's not stable at all. Volatility's through the roof. 130% IV on the at the money contract. What are you smoking? Can't afford anything. What about SPY or QQQ? Those are probably more reasonable to actually trade right now. I'm having some fun today. Verticals. Yeah, fair. Hmm. Mm, resistance at 95, 5100. So Trump may or may not be on stream. Well, if he's not, we have this lovely video of the White House. It's a little unclear from what I'm seeing. The press conference proper was canceled. Proper was canceled. There's some talk of fielding questions in the Oval Office. Feels like a distinction without a difference. Yeah. Fidelity restricts certain. Don't use Fidelity to day trade. It's like arguably one of the worst brokerages for day trading. If not, no, it's not the worst, but it's really bad. Is that video titled White House Live? It's titled Trump holds meeting with Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu. They don't actually give you good fills. It's just bullshit. They're just big enough that they can act as an MM. Everyone says so. They give good fills, generally speaking. But it's not like a special thing. That just means that they're fucking with and front running your trades. They also the options on the chain are like overpriced. No, it's very special and it's just for me. So they just show you a higher price and then fill you at market. The fills seem better than WeBull. Yeah, but WeBull has an interface that allows you to close them instantaneously versus fucking Fidelity, where, it may or may not be up and running 30% of the time you're trading. Yeah, it's... Fuck you, dork. I've seen you get burned by Fidelity, too. Ivy's picking back up a little bit. Is he gonna announce a tariff deal with Israel? Did he even put tariffs on Israel? Seems like the fundamentalist Christians would lose their fucking minds over that. Can we call them 17%? I don't know. Not only did he put them higher than Iran. You know who got the best deal? Russia. Weird, right? I did, yeah. They're losing thousands of young men every day. That speech was fucking hysterical. And I think he was supposed to be talking about Ukraine. He was just going on about how Russia's losses are so terrible. I opened a 4805, 4810 bear call spread for 490 credit. So you gave the market maker $10? No, the tariff speech where he's like, thousands of these Russian boys are dying every day. Which kind of sounds like Putin can't win the war of attrition, and he's trying to get Trump to bail him out. Maybe you shouldn't send your entire army that's equipped with 1960s equipment into a geographical meat grinder. Russia's great at wars of attrition when people are attacking them. No meat grinders were that flat though. Oh, beautiful. When's this speech supposed to happen? No one knows. There's nothing there to stop the bullets. Well, you know what stops them? Young Russian men. I mean, I just got FT Steed like that too. I'm not gonna call IBKR. Hey, bro, I put on your desktop app and it breaks down till I got it back open. Is worth 1K less now. They're gonna laugh. You could always try. Sometimes you get a bunch of free trade credits. Mongols? I mean, the Mongols didn't technically invade Russia. It was like Kievan Rus, which was like a Eastern Slavic state that existed during like the Dark Ages. Also, everyone was dead, and they started the invasion in the spring. I'm I'm pretty sure invading directly after a plague doesn't really count as winning. It's not like Russia's hard to invade, it's just impossible to hold. Hitler invaded Russia. So did Napoleon. Cat gets downgraded due to tariffs. Wait, really? Like, what kind of downgrade? Oh, they fucking UBS downgraded them from neutral to sell. Can you talk a bit about what we're seeing in the GS data screen? Oh, chop. There's there's three like significant points of interest. One at spot, one just outside of spot, and one to the upside. And we're trading in between them. One of the things I learned in my first degree are how to calculate projectile motion and never to try taking Russia in a land movement. Yeah. Falling back to 50-50. Well, I guess 50-55. Some of the 50-50 support pulled back, actually. Which is kind of interesting. If you guys could drop a like, big help. Just need 4850 for my puts to come back to life. Liked and unwatched. Thank you, Matthew. Thanks, Space Monkey. I saw your option strat screenshot. You need no likes. You have a valid case, Trash Dan. I did mute the Ko-Fi bot. That was a pretty freaking option. Thanks. It was bad they were up 200%, but I forgot to hit send on my stop before I got a work call. Came back to them just evaporated. Yep. That sounds completely accurate. ES testing 5100. NQ testing 17.6. Interesting that we're still at lower highs for the day. They're substantially lower. What are things looking like? A lot of sold calls around here. Bot puts came in at 50.75. Sold puts at 50.50. Then really nothing down to like 50.25, where there's some more sold puts. And then there's a bunch of bot puts down at like 50.10, 5,000. Things are skewing a bit to the downside for IV. Looks like put spreads are getting weird. Real weird. Dumpies? Power hours for bears. Might be. We lost 50-50. Downside's not nearly as supportive as it was. I can see us falling back to 5 and stabilizing. Maybe we slip further if vol picks up. But five's where that massive synthetic long is. Well, one of them. Remember those two big fat synthetic longs from like way back when? These and we talked about them at the like March OPEX because a bunch of it was falling off. They're still huge. OI. They're on SPX. Hold on. Damn it. This one? It's like 900,000, 800, 900,000 contracts. And then this one's like 650, 700,000 contracts. There's nothing anywhere else like that on the chain, but those have been there forever. Well, I guess there's this 6,000. It's like 400 and 428. Do you straddle with IV this high? I do, but not very many contracts. You just can't. I did try it on QQQ on Friday, but that was kind of like a ridiculous move. That's not going to happen often. I do have a question. How House Speaker Johnson just said the White House is trying to address the $1.2 trillion deficit. How exactly are they doing that? What do you mean? They're doing stuff. Didn't you? Haven't you heard the speeches? They're gonna tax rich people less. And then, yeah, they're doing all the best stuff. Some people even say the best things that have ever been done. Biden didn't do it. Boom, deficit fixed. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of sarcasm in that question. I'm aware. They came to me with tears in their eyes and they said, "Sir, this is tremendous." Oh, fuck. Goddamn. Hmm. Trump is making the pickle jar wealthy. I don't know about that. What's up, Willie? U.S. consumer credit actual negative 0.81 billion? Holy fuck. Yeah, I know what the estimate was. Working, trading, the usual. Nice, man. It sounds bullish. Sounds like people stopped buying shit. Paid off their credit cards. Oh, we are getting a depression. Fun. Good job, Trump. Did we price in a depression yet? No. Everybody's puts finally printed. Again. Some would say the greatest depression. I want Trump to get I want his dementia to kick in harder. And I want him to just go so hard that he blows up all of the billionaires. You know what? Why don't we just take their money? What's stopping us? We can just take all their money and redistribute it amongst ourselves. Yeah. Fuck the laws. The most hostile of corporate takeovers, we don't have to hurt anybody. You just take the money. What are they going to do? 40-man march on Washington? Just like 40 middle-aged fat white guys. Like, give us our money back. We're trying to seize the means of production? No, we're trying to seize the revenues from production. It's just like it's like a populist tax. I don't want to own a factory. Like a citizen's arrest, but we're arresting their money. Wait, we already have a word for it. Civil asset forfeiture. Civil. And then asset. And then they're forfeiting it. Hats off to the mods in this trying time. Hey, wait. Fuck. Then someone else could do that to you. It's bad for business. It's fine. They'll make it back, right? They're the best. They're not idiots. That's what we've learned, right? Is that over the years is that nobody with $1 billion is anything but the peak of human intellectualism. So they'll be fine, right? They can just get all the money back. Yeah, they can just hike up their bootstraps and make another Billy. They'll be great. Sounds like an infinite money glitch. Yeah. No, 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 no. Taxes don't work. They just don't pay them. I don't see what could possibly go wrong. What do we call that? Harambe-nomics? Sure. No, 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 no violence. You know the computers the IRS has? Where they can just take money out of your bank account? We just use those. Not even, no, don't even need the threat of violence. Just a unanimous motion from 95% of America that's broke to take all the rich people's money. How much wealth are they holding right now? Yeah, like 49 trillion. We'll pay off, oh my God, we'll pay off the debt, right? Easy. And then we'll get like a nice yacht or something with the rest. We can like timeshare it or something. I said 49.2 trillion. Tax the wealthy? Are you insane? Stop giving yourself airs, popcorn trader. You're not that kind of wealthy. Not the millionaires, right? 500 million and up. Just take everything they have. It's like 700 people. They can sign up for Medicare. They'll be fine. Yeah, sure. You know what? Let them stay kind of rich. Take everything they have down to 500 million. Medicaid, whatever. I don't fucking know. What if they are 65? They can't survive on that. They'll live. I think. I think they'll live. Tomorrow's the annual Wendy's dumpster meetup. We'll be doing training seminars on guzzling technique, cleaning etiquette, y'all stinky. We also will have endless mimosas. Oh, it's already doing the thing. I don't have to.
We
Okay.
also will have endless mimosas. And all the baconators you can eat, you just gotta fish them out of the trash first 3.
Yeah, and how many of those have more than 500 million? Is it you? I'm talking to a chat full of people who make like 100 grand a year and can't even afford a house. And you guys, and some of you are defending the billionaires. What is wrong with you? You need to go fucking dip your face in some Saratoga water and get on your game. They paid me to say that. I'm sorry. How much am I supposed to be making a year? No one will be a billionaire one day. That's the point. The goal's gone because if you make $1 billion, you just lose 500 million. Somewhere, okay, fine. Somewhere between $15 an hour and $350,000 a year. Okay. Why are you defending billionaires? Are you employed by a billionaire? Some people just love the taste of boots. There's people who are like, oh, it's bad for business. You're going to hurt the economy. No, you're not. They're fucking billionaires. They'll be fine. Well, it's so hard to be a billionaire. Why are people believing that shit? Like somehow they're like this repressed class of people. The outrageously large yacht industry is gonna collapse. Good. When was the last time a billionaire did anything for anyone? The net worth is all shares and would crash the SPX. Okay. It'll bounce back. Stocks only go up. Buy the dip. You can buy the dip with their money after it's redistributed. It's a little hard to buy politicians with only 500 million. Billionaires don't consume that much. And it's a blanket tax on everybody. They're still just a single individual.
Ali put their pickle in my jar. Hey dad, I wanted to know if you think we will continue to fall overnight or will we bounce if we stay above 5,000.
When the Super Bowl was in town, a billionaire parked their yacht next to the homeless encampment so that they could admire it for free. That was neat. So, you know, there was another time when we had too many billionaires. And you know what we did? We took all their money. We made them pay us more. And they had to build libraries all over the fucking place. No, they didn't starve. They all died extraordinarily wealthy. And then their useless generations of children lived on and did nothing. Trump isn't on. I'm looking at the... Where is he? Is he hiding somewhere? No shit, there he is. His face.
And also the less obvious of subject with respect to Israel, and that's trade. And I think the Prime Minister is going to tell you a little bit about trade and what they're doing for the United States. So I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Benjamin, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
President. Thank you, Don. Thank you. Mr. President, I want to first thank you for inviting me again to the White House. You've been a remarkable friend of the State of Israel. You stand by us. You're standing with us. You are a great, great champion of our alliance. And you actually do the things that you say you do. And I think that people respect that enormously. I certainly do, and the people of Israel do. And I think the Jewish people do as well. We just saw your representative in the Department of Justice fighting anti-Semitism, standing up for Israel in international forums. I just want you to know from the heart, it's deeply, deeply appreciated.
They're not matching.
As you said, we had the opportunity to talk today about many subjects. First, if I can mention tariffs, it's a subject of some interest today. I can tell you that I said to the President a very simple thing. We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're going to also eliminate trade barriers, a variety of trade barriers that have been put up unnecessarily. And I think Israel can serve as a model for many countries.
Okay, this
who,
data's
ought to do
wrong.
the same.
It's fucking
I
up again.
recognize the position of the United States. It says, you know, we're allowing other countries to put tariffs on us, but we don't put tariffs on them. And, you know, I'm a free trade champion, and free trade has to be fair trade. And I think that's basically the position that you have put forward, Mr. President. We are going to eliminate the tariffs, and rapidly. I had the opportunity to speak to
Who's the
Secretary
old guy?
Lutnick,
Yes.
yesterday. We talked about how we could affect this quickly, and I hope to bring a solution very quickly. We're not talking about intentions. We're not talking about, you know, just words. We're talking about results.
No problem,
Those
Ben.
results are going to come in. That's the first.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, what about the hostages here?
Well,
What about the
Let him
hostages?
I didn't
finish.
finish. Even begin. We spoke about not only the hostages, but about Gaza. The hostages obviously is a human story of just unbearable agony. I speak to the families. I spoke to them yesterday. I spoke to another one when I was in Hungary before I came here. I speak to them every day. They're in agony. The hostages are in agony, and we want to get them all out. Steve Witkoff, was President Trump's very able representative, helped us get a deal that got 25 out. We're working now on another deal that we hope will succeed, and we're committed to
Don't
getting all
use
the
your
hostages out, but also
fucking billionaire
eliminate
chats for
the
political
evil
messages.
tyranny of Hamas in Gaza, and enabling the people of Gaza to freely make a choice, to go wherever they want. I mean, they should have that choice. The president put forward.
I'm not going to call you
a bold
Benjamin,
vision,
Ben.
which we discussed as well, including the countries that might be amenable and are amenable to accepting Palestinians of their free choice if they choose to go there. And I think that's the second thing that we discussed. But the hostages came.
Dude, that's a message I'll support. Gherk for
We also
president.
discussed the
Thank
situation
you, Jerry Ellis.
in Syria. We've had neighborly relations with Turkey that have deteriorated, and we don't want to see.
I didn't
Syria
really like the
being used by
13th
anyone,
president,
including
James K.
Turkey,
Polk.
as a base for attack in Israel. Turkey is
Scomps, calm down.
a country that has a great
Apolitical
relationship with the
message
United
and love to the pickle jar.
States,
Thanks, man.
relationship with the leader of Turkey.
Hashtag save the
Discussed how to
billionaires.
Avoid this conflict. In a
I
variety
sent to
of ways.
Kofi. Did it read it?
We can't have a better interlocutor than the president of the
Where is
United
it?
States for this purpose.
I'll find it.
And of course, we also discussed Iran. Look, we're both
Oh, shit.
united in the.
I want to know if you think it will
goal.
continue to
Iran
fall
does not
overnight
ever
or we
get
will
nuclear
bounce
weapons.
if
it
we
can be
stay
done
above
diplomatically
5K.
in a full way, the way it was done in
Um,
Libya, I think that would be
I
a
don't
good
know.
thing.
I mean,
But whatever happens,
we have
make sure that Iran.
we have the Chinese tariffs looming. We
That's
have
the end of my
European reciprocal tariffs looming
We are
over the next 2 days. Either one of those could set this shit on fire.
direct talks with Iran.
I think maybe because we're waiting on the news of the Chinese tariffs, we might actually hold up
can happen.
through the night.
Everybody
But
agrees that,
if he increases tariffs on China tomorrow, that's gonna be bad. Believe in Toyotathon. Make SPX 6000 again.
Involved with, or frankly, that Israel wants to be involved with if they can avoid it. So we're going to see if we can avoid it.
Vengeance for Harambe.
Getting to be very dangerous territory. And hopefully those talks will be
Believe in
successful. And I think it would be
Toyotathon.
in Iran's
He lost
best
Trump there
interest
by
if they
not
are
complimenting Trump for more than 1
we
minute.
hope
Turkey,
that's going
chicken,
to happen.
ham, political rambles.
And we had
Silly
just a lot of
American.
good talks on a lot of things. I appreciate very much what you said about the tariffs. We've been ripped off and taken advantage of by many countries over the years, and can't do it anymore. Just can't do it anymore.
Have you guys noticed that Trump hasn't touched this foreign world leader?
People that sat in the seat right here, not your seat, but this seat. They allowed things to happen.
They're the same
to our
chair.
country that they shouldn't have allowed to happen on trade and other things, many other things. I mean, look at what's happened with our last president, where he allowed.
They shook
millions of
hands?
people
No, but he hasn't touched his shoulder or his thigh yet.
Who would want an open border? How stupid is that? But he allowed millions and millions of people, and of the millions, and I think it was 21 million people, but let's say
He's
3
not
of them were
French.
serious criminals, serious murderers and drug dealers and gang members and people from jails. All the jails emptied out right into our country, right along the open border on Mexico, generally the Mexico open. They came in from Canada too, by the way, a lot.
He hasn't caressed him weirdly
generally
yet.
speaking,
That's
on
usually the wrap
southern
up.
border.
True, there is
What
still
shame
time.
It is that we are now working very hard to get them out, get the criminals out.
Can
get
someone
the
make a
murderers out,
mashup of Trump
drug
fondling
dealers,
other world
the
leaders?
mentally insane, get them out. They dropped the mentally insane in our country too. And this was all done by the Biden administration.
I'll play
It's
it.
a disgrace that we have to work so hard. And then we have judges that try and protect these people. But they didn't protect us when the people were being let in. But to get them out is never easy with these people. So I think we're doing a great job. The border is
He's
the
just
best
a
it's
little
ever been.
handy.
Even as strong as it was, I had a great, solid border. I think it might even be tougher right now and stronger. So people are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. We have a legal process.
You guys remember
And we have
the
that moving around.
uncle from Always
We need
Sunny in
people to come to our
Philadelphia
country.
who's
So we
weird
want
about his little
people that
hands?
can love our
And so he
country,
wears like
cherish our
prosthetic
country.
bigger
So
hands.
That's where we are. And with that, any questions?
That's what like plays in my mind every time I see Trump.
Well, we're not.
What?
We have
Show
many
it.
countries that are coming to negotiate deals with us, and they're going to be fair deals. And in certain cases, they're going to be paying substantial tariffs. There'll be fair deals. As you know, I spoke this morning with the Prime Minister of Japan, and we had a very good conversation. They're coming. And I said, one thing, you're going to have to open up your country, because we sold no cars, like 0 cars in Japan. And they sold millions of cars into our country.
Why would they buy our
They don't
piece of
really
shit
take our
cars?
Agriculture, a little bit of it, just to keep us slightly happy, but they don't take what they're supposed to be taking. So we have a great relationship with Japan. We're going to keep it that way. But they're coming in to meet, and other countries are coming in.
I don't know what you're
With
talking about.
China,
Me too. President Trump is 6'3" and 185 pounds of
put a
pure muscle,
34%
with a
tariff
BMI of 12.
above what their ridiculous tariffs were already. And I said, if that tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on. So they've gone for years. They've become a rich country because of people, again, that were in the White House that allowed this to happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year they'd make on us on trade, and it shouldn't be that way. And I have a great relationship with President Xi. I hope it's going to stay that way. I have great respect for China, but they can't do this. We're going to have one shot at this.
Why would they
No
buy
other
our
president's
piece
gonna
of
do
shit
this, what I'm
cars?
doing.
Gherkin
And I'll tell you what,
2025.
It's an honor to do it, because we have been just destroyed.
That's okay,
done to
Scrumps.
our system. You know, we have $36
It's only
trillion
natural.
of debt for a reason. And the reason is that people allowed it to get that way. So we'll be talking to China. We'll be talking to a lot of different countries. And I think, you know, if we can make a really fair deal and a good deal for the United States, not a good deal for others. This is America first. It's now America first. And we didn't put America first. We put America last. The people that were in the Oval Office put America
This is such a
last, and
stupid
we're not
fucking
gonna stand
take.
for it. Yeah.
We're the richest country in the world by miles, by orders of magnitude.
Go ahead.
Two questions. Do you expect any of these deals to be made before April 9th? And secondly, there have been some mixed messages from your administration. You're talking about negotiations, and yet others in your administration are saying that these tariffs are actually permanent. What is the actual?
He doesn't understand numbers.
There can be permanent tariffs, and there can also be negotiations, because there are things that we need beyond tariffs. We need open borders. You know, we almost had a deal with China where we're going to open up China. It was almost done. Some of you remember it during my first term. And it was very disappointing. We ended up making
not
a
at
great
all.
deal. $50 billion.
Never assume Trump is self-aware.
So $50 billion. You'd like that in Israel. And I made that deal, but it wasn't the deal that I wanted. It was the deal that I wanted was that, plus they were going to open up China so that our companies could go into China and compete with other countries and China for the, you know, for a large number of people. And at the very end, that deal was terminated, and we went to a piece of the deal. And there are a lot of things outside of tariffs, but tariffs are very important. But there are a lot of things like opening up countries that were totally closed. China's essentially a closed country. In fact, it is a closed country. And what they do is they charge tariffs so that if you sell cars or if you sell anything, nobody's going to buy it because the price is out of control. But that's true with a lot of other countries also. So we're going to get fair deals and good deals with every country. And if we don't, we're going to have nothing to do with them. They're not going to be allowed to participate in the United States. Hold it. Just relax. We have time. This gentleman is all day long.
Can't afford a mic?
Go ahead.
Huh. Can we get better fucking internet in the White House? The tip of his tie poking out from his button jacket is fucking sending me. He's making a foreskin joke.
The Houthis, we've been very tough and very
Because
successful
Netanyahu's,
militarily.
yeah.
We've really damaged.
If you think of it that way, it's really quite elegant.
Shooting down ships and other things, by the way, flying objects like airplanes, and we've put a major hurt on the Houthis, which nobody's been able to do. We've really hit them hard, and
Did he say he put major hurt on the hoodies?
And it's every night.
He did.
Night after night. And we've gotten many of their leaders and their experts.
The hoodies? What about the blowfish?
They make missiles. Nobody thought that.
Ah, you bitch.
But they make missiles.
I said it first.
Deal man, get pickle in my jar, let's make a deal.
Nobody else was able to do that but us. Pete, you want to discuss that, please?
Yes, sir. It's been a bad 3 weeks for the Houthis, and it's about to get worse. It's been a devastating campaign, whether it's underground facilities, weapons manufacturing, bunkers, troops in the open, air defense assets. We are not going to relent, and it's only to get more unrelenting until the Houthis declare they will stop shooting at our ships. And we've been very clear at the Iranians as well. They should not continue to provide support to the Houthis, and that message has been made very clear. So we have a lot more options and a lot more pressure to apply, and we know, because we see the reports, how devastating this campaign has been in them, and we will not relent.
We have a great military. There's no military like our.
What were you saying, Poopy?
And despite Biden having given a lot, but nevertheless a pretty small piece, but it was a lot of our military away in Afghanistan, and one of the dumbest situations, I think, and maybe the most embarrassing situation we've ever been involved in, that short period of time in Afghanistan. What a disgrace that was, but left a lot of our military behind.
Pete Hegseth looks and talks like a car salesman.
Annual parades where they're parading trucks that are armor plated and different things that they can't, but it's many billions of dollars we left behind. But despite that, we have a tremendous military. That was a very small portion because we rebuilt the military during my first term, and we have great things happening with our military. We also essentially approved a budget which is in the facility. You'll like to hear this, of $1 trillion, $1 trillion, and nobody's seen anything like it. We have to build our military, and we're very cost conscious, but the military is something that we have to build, and we have to be strong because you got a lot of bad forces out there now. So we're going to be approving a budget, and I'm proud to say, actually, the biggest one we've ever done for the military. We're cutting other things that were under DOW, but under a lot of other. When you look at a woman getting $2 billion for environmental, and it had nothing to do with environmental, and they had $100 in the bank, and they give her $2 billion. Many of those cases, all that stuff is going to be cut out. But we are getting a very, very powerful military. We have things under order now, the likes of which we've never had before. We've never had the kind of aircraft, the kind of missiles, anything that we have ordered. And it's in many ways too bad that we have to do it, because hopefully we're not going to have to use it, but the military is very, very powerful, and it's going to remain that way.
All right, well played. Why does Pete Hegseth look like Billy Bob Thornton and Timothy Oliphant had a retarded love child?
High level, very high level, yeah. We're dealing with the Iranians. We have a very big meeting on Saturday.
Good call. Yeah, I thought so.
And we're dealing with them directly. You know, a lot of people say, oh, maybe you're going through surrogates, or you're not dealing directly, you're dealing through other countries.
Hawkins Razor Kirk.
Maybe a deal's going to be made. That would be great. It'd be really great for Iran, I can tell you that. But hopefully, we're not going to have to get into that. We are meeting very importantly on Saturday.
Oh, look, the market's going up again.
Level, and we'll see how it works out, please.
How do you ensure, Mr. President, that these tariffs don't drive U.S. trading partners into the hands of the Chinese?
I'm not worried about it. If they want to be in the hands of the U.S., they don't want to be in the hands of the Chinese. And, the Chinese have turned out to be really not very good at that. People that are with us, they're with us. But we can't
Josh Duhamel and Timothy Oliphant?
Advantage of any longer. I used to watch these deals for years. I've been talking about it for years. You know, I've been talking about it for 35 years. Our country is being ripped off. I mean, 30 years ago it was Japan, then it was something else, then it was another group. Then
was there more to that? No? Oh, okay.
The best job of it, frankly. And it's just not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Do you guys think it's uncomfortable to sit in a poopy diaper? Or do you just not notice it after a while?
No, it's not. The EU has been very tough over the years. I always say it was formed to really do damage to the United States in trade. That's the reason it was formed. It was formed with all of the countries from Europe, I guess most of them, not all of them, but most of them.
The 2-year-old loves it? All right.
Create a little bit of a monopoly situation to create a unified force against the United States for trade. So they have NATO, which is largely...
Refuse all further questioning without counsel of an attorney present.
Dollar-wise and militarily until I got there.
Chair's doing a lot of work. Do they have to reupholster it every time?
Where they paid NATO, because most of these nations weren't even paying. We were paying for NATO, so we're paying them to guard them militarily, and they're screwing us on trade. So that's not a good combination. So now...
Did he tariff Ukraine?
It's really turned around. It's the opposite. And the European Union's been very bad to us.
Character name.
They don't take our cars, like Japan does. They don't take our agricultural products. They don't take anything practically. And yet they send millions of cars in a year. Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, BMW, they're sending millions and millions of cars into the U.S. But we don't have a car that's been sold to the European Union or other places. But let's go for the European Union.
Also, can you look at GME? I think VOPs.
Fair, reciprocal. It's got to be fair. It's not fair. We have a deficit with the European Union of $350
maybe.
billion, and it's going to disappear fast. And one of the reasons and one of the ways that that can disappear easily and quickly is they're going to have to buy our energy from us because they need it. They're going to have
Jimmy
to buy
doesn't
it from
look
us.
bad.
They can buy it. We can knock off $350 billion in 1 week. They have to buy and commit to buy a like amount of energy, and we have that. You know, we have more energy than any country in the world. I don't know if you know that. He knows everything, but the one thing he may not know, we have more energy than any country in the world. We have more of every kind of energy, every form of energy, from oil and gas to coal. And people talk about, I call it beautiful clean coal.
and is aware of this detail.
As you know,
Also,
Germany is opening up a coal plant a week. They tried the windmills and it didn't work.
can't
They
listen to
tried
that.
all the other
Jesus
solutions and they're ready
Christ.
to go out of business. Now they're doing a coal plant a week. China is now up to 2 coal plants. They're opening 2 major coal plants every single week in China, all over China. And then we're not allowed to use coal. Well, we have clean, beautiful coal more than anybody else. We have oil and gas more than anybody else. We have the most energy of any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including everybody, by a lot. And I took it to number 1. We were number 3, and I took it to number 1 during my administration. And the reason that we were hurt so
Jesus
bad,
Christ.
and the reason that we went into such incredible inflation during Biden is energy. It was also their bad spending, but energy, because they played around with this incredible thing that we had built, this administration had built, and the energy costs went through the roof. And when that went up, everything else followed. Now, if you look at what's happening, you're going to see this today. I said we're going to try and get groceries down, right? An old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term. Eggs. So when I got in,
What the fuck?
the press
What the
went
fuck? What do you think? What does he
absolutely
think people
crazy.
call
They
them?
said, eggs have quadrupled in
Foodstuffs?
price. I said, I just got here. Tell me about it. And Brooke Rollins and our team did a great job. And
So being
eggs
so
are down
old-fashioned,
now
Baloney.
79%, and they're all over the place. And this was a problem that somebody else would have taken a long time to cure. We have energy.
He puts them in the bag.
We have interest rates are down. We have groceries, meaning food is down. We have everything is down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. Energy looks like it's going to be in.
This is the third time he's called groceries an old-fashioned term, and he's never explained it.
So for gasoline, we're really doing amazing. I mean, we're cutting prices because prices got so high people couldn't live. I mean, the prices for groceries, the prices for standard groceries, standard things were going through the roof. They couldn't live, and now those prices are coming down. So call them groceries, but that's down, energy's down, and interest rates are down. Everything's down. And the interest rates, the beauty there is when we refinance debt, you know, debt's become such a big factor in this. We're going to start paying debt off with tariffs and other things. But it's such a big factor because the interest rates are high. Now that's coming way down. So our budget's going to look a lot better because interest costs are way down. I guess I've done that.
Well spent.
Many Israelis are watching you now on live show.
Good.
What is your specific
I hope that
Look,
way?
groceries are the same price. The market's
we are trying
down.
very hard to get the hostages
He just
down.
thinks this is the market where you buy food.
Looking at another ceasefire, we'll see what happens. But we want to get the hostages out. The Israeli people want
How much
the
money do I have to
hostages
pay you
out
to disable
more
the
than
Ko-Fi
anything.
bot?
They want
For
the
how long?
hostages out. This man is working very hard with us to do that. I mean, I don't know. I hope he's being appreciated because he's been a great leader. He's working very, very hard on the hostages and many other things.
Benitalia, Beckethical, in my jar,
Benitalia.
In the world, isn't
I have a good partner.
You do have a good partner, and so do we. We're working very hard on the hostages.
Negotiate a new deal with Iran. Can you elaborate how it's going to be more effective than
Well, I can't really say that, but I think it would be different and maybe a lot stronger. But they
Holy
were so
shit.
happy when we made that first deal because we did get a lot out. You know, I had people right in this
What
office,
was
this
that?
beautiful Oval Office. They came in 10 people, hostages, you know that.
I think it was the Halo
I said to
theme.
them,
Yeah.
So how was it? And the stories they told me, I mean, as an example, I said to them, was there any sign of love? You were there. 10 people.
I didn't know you could get the Ko-Fi bot to sing. Apparently.
Did the Hamas show any signs of like help or liking you? Did they wink at you? Did they give you a piece of bread extra? Did they give you a meal on the side, like you think of doing?
What the fuck is he talking about?
Elsewhere, people would try and help people that were in unbelievable distress. They said no. I said all of them. I said, did they ever wink at you like you'll be okay? You're going to be okay? No, they didn't do that. They'd slap us. The hatred is unbelievable, and the lives. They lived in a pipe. Not really a tunnel, it was a pipe.
What the fuck?
And they always thought they were suffocating. They were going to suffocate. And then they'd open up the pipe, and it was like 3.5 feet high. This isn't, we hear tunnel is bad, but pipes are worse. And the stories I heard were incredible. But I just said, was there any sign
Oh my god, I hope this is preserved forever.
And there were none whatsoever. It was amazing to me. There was nothing like, here, take this as a little extra meal or something. They lived like hell. I don't know. They seemed to be. They were amazing to me because they seemed to be pretty normal. They weren't scarred, but I guarantee underneath they have to be scarred. And one was there for 3.
You gotta mix it up with ours.
Days. Another was there for about 180 days. A long time. And these are people that have been really, really horribly treated. I've never seen anything like it. I was very surprised.
That's too much. Yeah.
Are there 2 or 3 countries that are on your list that you?
That's my quant. Kirk, I'm tired of winning.
I think there are many.
Hold on, someone screenshot that shit.
European Union. I mean, as badly as they've treated us, they've brought their car tariffs essentially off. I guess they brought it down to 2.5.
They brought their tariffs off.
Maybe to nothing. But it's not only tariffs, it's non-monetary tariffs. It's tariffs where they put things on that make it impossible for you to sell a car. It's not a money thing. They make it so difficult, the standards and the tests. They drop a bowling ball on the top of your car from 20 feet up in the air, and if there's a little dent, they say, no, I'm sorry, your car doesn't qualify. When the same car from Germany or anything would dent likewise, unless you can have an army tank, it's going to dent. So they come up with rules and regulations that are just designed for one reason, that you can't sell your product in those countries. And
what?
We're not going to let that happen.
GMGs didn't get played?
Non-monetary barriers. They make barriers that are so tough that it's impossible to qualify. So tariffs are a big part of it, but
what the fuck?
There's another big part of it, and that's barriers. They also do something else. They manipulate their currency. And they drive it down. They want to drive it down.
I was just sitting here going, what the fuck is he talking about?
A strong dollar or whatever, but they bring their currency down, and when it competes with our
Do you drive a German car?
Tractor, it's
maybe
hard to sell product because their currency is low and ours is much higher relatively. And so it makes it very hard. I speak to a lot of companies that do business, tractor companies, and they say it's so hard to sell because what they've done is they've lowered the yen or they've lowered the yuan or they've lowered their currency, so that it's very hard to compete. We don't want that either. So we have a lot of...
So you're trying to lower our currency?
We're going to fix it properly, and it's going to be fair to everyone.
Only Melania and a heavy pillow can save the markets.
But they have to respect the United States. And nobody but me would do this. Nobody but me would do this. It would be nice to serve, a nice, easy term. But we have an opportunity to change the fabric of our country. We have an opportunity to reset the table on trade.
Does Netanyahu get prima nocta with Melania or what?
$2 trillion a year on trade. We lose
I actually feel sorry for her.
$1 trillion. We lose
billions of trade.
We lose
billions
of dollars overall.
Do you know how big 3.5 feet is?
Close to $2 trillion.
It's huge, very big, and not saying everyone says
Number one,
that.
why would we do that?
You could
And
have
then you
put
have
it
to
to
say,
car
is it
size like
sustainable? Then you hear
8.5
about
feet.
all of the people that say, well,
Penis.
deficits. If we have a deficit with the country.
Thank you,
There's a
Popcorn.
big surplus with us. Like China has a massive surplus that they take and they spend on their military. Well, we don't want that. I don't want them to take $500, $600 billion a year and spend it on their military. I don't want them spending money on their military. And I shouldn't have to spend money. We shouldn't have to spend it either. Because, you know, hopefully, and I said this to President Xi, hopefully it's money that we're never going to use. In other words, because we're not going to use those incredible weapons. That
I think the market might be realizing that Trump's insane right now.
So it's going to be very interesting. It's only chance our country will have to reset the table. Because no other president would
I don't
be
know,
willing
Popcorn.
to do what I'm doing or to even go through it. Now, I don't mind going
But
through it because
our
you see
our Ko-Fi moderator is not here.
but we are making tremendous progress with a lot of countries, and the countries that really took advantage of us are now saying
Trump just wraps his acorn in a dollar bill.
beaten badly because of what's happening. They're getting beaten badly. They're being devalued as countries. But it's the only chance we're going to have to reset the table on trade. And when we do, we're going to come out unbelievably well. We're going to have a strong country economically again. And we're going to have those factories that are empty all over the United States. We've lost 90,000 plants and factories. Think of this, 90,000, you wouldn't think it's possible. 90,000 plants and factories since NAFTA, which was, by the way, the worst trade deal ever developed, ever had by any country anywhere, NAFTA. And I terminated NAFTA. Everybody said it would be impossible. And I terminated it through Congress. We terminated it. You had to get it through Congress. It was a trap. It was a horrible thing. We got it. The problem is they cheat. They cheat like crazy.
We're so fuked, aren't we?
Our country is at a level that it's maybe never been, or maybe, you know, our country was the strongest, believe it or not, from 1870 to 1913. You know why? It was all tariff-based. We had no income tax.
Someone
Then in
tell us
1913, let's charge the people of our country, not foreign countries.
God damn it.
Relatively was never that kind of wealth. We had so much wealth, we didn't know what to do with our money. We had meetings, we had committees, and these committees worked
Concrete drinker go to store Z 2-liter water, $1 pick. Look at what?
And I hope we're going to be in that position again.
How does this channel have esoteric options analysis and also retardation in the Ko-Fi?
Well, we're talking about a whole new...
He still believes tariffs are paid to the U.S. by other countries. I know.
You know, we give Israel $4 billion a year. That's a lot. Congratulations, by the way. That's pretty good. But we give Israel billions of dollars a year. Billions. It's one of the highest of...
Thank you so much, Tim.
We give a lot of countries...
Wait Out Country was the strongest during the time we had the most social reforms after the Civil War Reconstruction and the downfall of Tammany Hall. He might get rid of billionaires, but like accidentally.
So, but no, we take good care of our friends and we don't take care of our enemies. We're not taking care of our enemies anymore, but we do take care of our friends.
The IDF is fighting again in the Gaza Strip. I myself might be called up in a month. Do you think that's the way to pressure Hamas to get to a deal? And do you think blocking humanitarian aid is also an effective pressure?
Well, you know how I feel about the Gaza Strip. I think it's an incredible piece of important real estate, and I think it's something that we would be involved in. But you know, having a peace force like the United States there, controlling...
Somebody just flick the mic?
Would be a good thing. Because right now, all it is for years and years, all I hear about is killing and Hamas and problems. And if you take the people, the Palestinians, and move them around to different countries, and you have plenty of countries that
He's going to turn 2 billionaires into trillionaires, and the rest into dillionaires.
A freedom zone. You call it the freedom zone. A free zone, a zone where people aren't going to be killed every day. That's a hell of a place.
What are we closing at? I don't know.
I call it a great location that nobody wants to live in because they really
What time is it? 9 minutes?
When they have good living, real
Somewhere
living,
between here and 50, probably.
And all of the problems they have, the level of death on the Gaza Strip is just incredible. And I've said it. I don't understand why Israel ever gave it up. Israel owned it. It wasn't this man, so I can say it. He wouldn't have given it up. I know him very well. There's no way. They took oceanfront property and they gave it to people for peace. How did that work out? Not good.
Is the immigration, sorry, Mr. President, is the immigration?
Which immigration?
From Gaza. From Gaza.
All it is a concept that I had that I think is true. Now people are copying
in my
it.
jar concrete drinker.
People are talking
Go
about
to
Trump's plan. What do we do
water
then?
for $1. Pick it up, look at nutrition labels, see that it is 0 calories. Look at concrete instead concrete. 250 calories per serving water back from concrete.
And any other
3.
place, including in
Bullish. That's a good investment thesis for concrete. Higher caloric value.
People could leave. Gaza was the only place where they locked them in. We didn't lock them in. They're locked in. And what is wrong?
Is it actually like Gaza's Miami?
We've been talking, including a bunch, about some countries. I won't go into them right now. That are saying, you know, if Gazans want to leave, we want to take them in.
Squams, put that in my jar.
This is the right thing to do. You know, it's going to take years to rebuild Gaza. You can have an option. The president has a vision. Countries are responding to it.
3.
Nice.
People love, people really do love that vision. It's a long-term vision, but so importantly is to have that be a safe field. Because you're right smack in the middle of the Middle East. You're right along Israel. It should have never, ever been given away.
Gorilla mode,
given away by Israel. I don't know why they did it. I mean, I do know why, because they were promised peace, but that didn't work out so well. Because it's one of the most dangerous pieces of land.
Oh my god.
What's your cocktail ball ray?
Stop giving me money.
W3.
Concepts that I like too, and there's some concepts I don't like. You know what
I don't know why
like
it's
the way it is
making
now,
two sounds.
Right now, it's a dangerous death trap, Gaza. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Can you talk a little bit about your potential meeting with Vladimir Putin? Do you still plan to meet with him? Could that happen in Saudi Arabia? And maybe you could elaborate as well a little bit on not providing tariffs on Russia, sir.
So the reason we're not talking about tariffs with Russia is because we're not doing business essentially with Russia because they're in a war, and I'm not happy about what's going on with the bombing because they're bombing like crazy right now. They're bombing. I don't know what's happening there. That's not a good situation. So we're meeting with Russia. We're meeting with Ukraine. And we're getting sort of close, but I'm not happy with all the bombing that's going on the list.
Trash done that pickle in my jar.
It's all.
3.
The tariffs? Look, we've been ripped off and taken advantage of for 40, 50, 60 years. And the reason we got ripped off and the way they did it was tariffs. They would charge tariffs, massive numbers of dollars. And when you look at China,
Lackluster, I'm taking it back.
It was at $507 billion they were making. I call it making. A lot of people say, oh, it doesn't mean anything. Having a surplus means a lot, in my opinion. It's almost like a profit or loss statement. And when I took over, it was $507 billion that China with. This is originally first term, and we were very, very tough on them because they were taking that money and they were building a military with it. Then when Biden came in, he let them get away with murder. He had no idea. I'll tell you what, that man had no idea what was happening, whether it was the border or China or anything else. He had no idea what was going on.
I hope one day I can tell people to stop giving me money.
China went wild. And the money they make is ridiculous, okay? It's just not going to happen. And hopefully we'll
Next person to Kofi is dumber than AJ. Stop spam.
But we can't let that continue.
It's okay. I muted it on my own headphones, so now only you guys hear it.
The poor people that sat in this seat, that poor Biden, he was abused by them. They took advantage of him, and I'm surprised.
BMG put their pickle in my jar. He's going to the newest beachfront all-inclusive resort on the beautiful sunny shores of the Gaza Strip.
That's actually what's happening.
We are going going to
3.
bring
Dumber than AJ put their
great
pickle in my
trade and I will say this, virtually every country wants to negotiate. If I didn't do what I did over the last couple of weeks, you wouldn't have anybody wants to negotiate. We would have gone to these countries, you want to talk, and they were, well, we don't want to talk. Now they're coming
Today's
to
a
us.
silly day.
They're offering things like even Bibi, and this is unrelated because it's a different kind of a relationship. But he started off our conversation today that he's cutting all of the tariffs, he's cutting everything. He's going to get down to a free base. He's going to do things that, in all fairness, other countries, if they said that, would have never even thought about doing it. Now they're offering things to us that we would have never even thought of asking them for because they're experiencing a lot of hurt. And the hurt is that
You blocked me on Discord. I win.
Back.
Well played.
Tariffs will make this country very rich. We're rich anyway, but we're rich in a certain way. We have $36 trillion in debt. I want to get rid of it. And we can do it quickly with proper deals. So when countries don't allow us to sell our product, but we allow them to sell their product, when they charge us massive amounts of money for the privilege of going into their country.
I'm probably just going to pick up a strangle.
Yeah, go ahead. Sir?
Me?
Yeah. He sounds so surprised.
Ooh, maybe I'll straddle Spy.
On Iran, 2 questions. First, you can give us more details about where the meeting on Saturday is going to
I can't tell you that. I can just tell you there's a major meeting going on between us and
What's up,
Iran,
Booby?
and that'll take place on Saturday, and it's at top level.
And second question about this. A lot of people think that those talks are not going to lead anywhere.
I can't wait to vote for Trump in his 3rd term. I'm going to vote for Obama.
If diplomacy fails, is the United States under your leadership ready to take military action to destroy the Iranian nuclear program and remove...
I never thought I'd be jealous of the Spy.
I think if the talks aren't successful with Iran, I think Iran is going to be in great danger.
I'm going to vote for... Oh my god, if Bill runs again?
Great danger, because they can't have a nuclear weapon. You know, it's not a complicated formula. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's all there is. Can't have it.
I'm voting for 2008 Kanye, not new Kanye.
But
They're the same person.
out of that too as part of this later on down the line. But Iran cannot have a nuclear
Imagine if Jimmy Carter could run again.
If the talks aren't successful,
He came so close.
I actually think it'll be a very bad day for Iran if that's the case. Yeah.
I withdraw my vote.
Was October 7th the death blow of the two-state solution, and would you consider classifying the Palestinian Authority as a terrorist organization for its continued pay-for-slay terror financing payments?
So October 7th was a horrible day that some people...
Clinton Lewinsky 2028.
They deny it from the standpoint
Are you DCAing any long positions? No.
October, I've seen the tapes. I've seen things that you don't want to see. October 7th was a horrible day, and it will go down as one of the really bad days in the history of the world. It was a horrible, horrible thing that happened. And they grabbed some of these people. I'll give you an example.
No problem, Theta.
I was with the 10 hostages a few weeks ago. I said, so how many are there? 59.
Ding ding.
I said, oh, so 59.
I can't
so
listen
we
to this
can get
fucking
59.
rambling
So
bullshit
new
anymore.
territory, pretty good. And I said, how are they doing? They said,
He's just not even talking about like actual things. He's describing word for word a conversation he had with somebody. Netanyahu's wondering how the shooter missed that huge melon. He wasn't paid to hit it. All right. So, slight uptrend today, but still closed down on the day. Negative 0.23%. I think bulls have a little bit of stability here around 5,000. And they may try to push higher into the FOMC minutes on Wednesday. However, despite my projection, I will say that the potential for China to double down and accept the higher tariffs that Trump is levying against them tomorrow, and the EU's retaliatory tariffs on Wednesday may keep things pretty stagnant until we have more information. But this period of uncertainty is at least helping the bulls slightly. Over here on ES, let's go to the 15-minute. Really haven't recovered any major levels throughout today's trading session. Briefly on the fake news earlier, but still remain, well below like 272, where things kind of start to break to the upside. Even like the 140 level failed to be breached for very long. So, I mean, IV came down a little bit, but still up 6% for the day. Dollar rising, yields rocketing back up. On the expectation that inflation is probably going to move significantly higher, and people buying into bonds over the last week, which I kind of warned, are getting blown up pretty hard. Commodities down again, 1.61% on oil, and 155 on gold. Gold dropping against the rising dollar. Most of the central banks that have been buying it have been buying it as a dollar hedge. So, if dollar rises, or sorry, dropping on a rising dollar. Did I say that? I did. Okay. They're probably going to sell off gold and take some profits on it, but that'll swing back and forth. Correlation didn't really turn around too much today, but it did kind of flatten out, both on the 1 and 3 month. There was a brief spike in 1 month correlation earlier this morning with the pump, but that eventually bled off. And we're seeing a little bit of leverage turn around on the carry, going from an intraday low around 7.3% up to about 7.87%. And some stability in the forward yield on volatility, closing a bit below its high of the day, but still at 45.74%, which is fucking nuts. Bond volatility still moving up in line with the rapid rising correlation. This is the largest move in 3 month correlation I think we've seen since like 2022. So fairly significant levels here, and yeah, definitely still in a bear market on NASDAQ, very close to a bear market on the S&P. Out of the money put demand still remains elevated, and correlation between VX and VIX moving up for the second day in a row up to 94.73%. So extremely sensitive. Still no significant interest in shorting volatility yet. Only 5% of the S&P is above its 20-day moving average, so massive dump in breadth last week. Fed fund futures moving to price in more than 2 rate cuts, just slightly for the September meeting. And the bear steepener picking up almost 20% today. And we're starting to move into those levels where we'd previously seen recessions or market crashes. The March 2020 level was around 60%. The 2008 crash kind of around 1.8%, and then the majority of the recession with the 210 spread staying around 2.5%. Same thing for the dot-com bubble. Same thing for like the recession in the early 90s. So we're starting to get to the levels where that spread is significant enough that it is a bit of an economic indicator. The earnings yield on the S&P coming very close to the 10-year today, but the 10-year ended up moving up about 0.21, so back up to 4.2, and so that's gonna drive that spread back apart a little bit. On the technical side, out here on the daily, we did get a bounce. Still closed below Friday's low. This could be a continuation. It could be stability. Tomorrow's price action and the overnight price action will probably tell us a lot more about the direction we're going to take. But, remember those failure points at 49.53 and 48.53 to the downside are still pretty significant levels to watch, as is 51.19 to the upside, which we did cross earlier, but that ended up fizzling out. And then, above that, maybe like 53.25 would be the next level to confirm any kind of reversal. So far still closing lower on the day with a lower low. So, not the best look. Futures pump, it's not super significant. Yeah, I think that's probably about it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'll see you later. Peace.
you.